Okay, good morning. Welcome to an early edition of Sculpting, the Meds 100 Heads Challenge. I'm here this morning with my cup of coffee and my tools and my clay, and I'm ready to go. Here I am, it's about 5:50 in the morning, so I'm actually going to take some extra time to sort of make sure that I crack my fingers and stretch my hands out a little bit. Don't forget to stretch, especially if you start doing any kind of art early in the morning. Even you guys that work on the iPad and do your digital work. And today, like last time, I'm going to be using only 3 tools. I'm going to be using the ballpoint stylus with the rubber tip at the other end. I'm going to be using my Garibaldi, I think it's Garibaldi. Mirabali. There you go. My Mirabali spatula and my Mirabali loop tool. There's a flat end of the loop tool here and a round loop tool on the other side. So those are the only tools I'm going to be using. If I get jammed up, I'll break out the big sculpting knife. I just have this ruler here just to keep me within frame while I'm working. And if I really run into trouble, I have a broken drumstick that I'll use to roll some clay out. So that'll be useful as well. But that's it. Other than that, we are at head 79 of 100, I'm pretty sure. So once we get that going, we'll be on our way. But I'm definitely going to be needing to take some frequent breaks to get that coffee in me. It's early and it's time to make the donuts. So I'm starting out here as usual with a large tube of clay. If you were here last time, you heard me talk about tube snakes, and the tube snakes are my main, they're really my main way that I'll sculpt. So start out with a tube of clay like this, and what I'm really starting to do with each sculpture here is work it out so that way I am creating the neck to give me some landmarks to start sculpting the head and the face. Early on in this challenge, I was doing the shoulders, the lats, not the lats, the traps, the trapezius muscles, the shoulders, and the neck to give me some landmarks for the head. But now what I'm doing is I'm just starting with just the neck itself is really all I need. And that's because any anatomical structure that you begin sculpting, in and of itself without other landmarks of the body to compare with around it can throw you off a little bit, or at least they can throw me off. So one way that I try to avoid that is, for instance, on pieces like this, on just busts, if you're sculpting the head, sculpting the skull and the head by itself without the neck, shoulders, or trapezius muscles can be confusing. Similarly, on a full body sculpture, or drawing for that matter, if an arm is hanging out in space, raised up sort of over the head, that arm is up in space all by itself. You can't see it, and you can't see it and easily compare it to the body landmarks around it. So having it, of course, at least connect to some body items make it easier to sculpt it a little bit more naturally. So that's what I'll say there. Okay, so I have my neck muscle in place here. My whole neck mass. And now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start taking pieces of clay to work in the beginning of what's going to be my jawbone and my chin. So I'm just going to take this piece of clay here, and I'm going to another tube snake. And for me, the tube snakes are really the way to get going, you know? Okay, so here we have a thin piece of clay. It's probably still a little too thick, but that's okay because we're really working in terms of estimation at this point, and then we're going to get more refined and more refined. So I'm going to fold it in half. And now that I have this acute angle, and we're doing female sculptures today, so I'm going to try to keep the chins more pointed and the jaws a little bit more narrow. And then what I'm going to do is, from there, I'll start working in the other landmarks of the head. So I'm actually going to pinch this just a little bit thinner, this neck. Because you know the neck actually widens as it lowers. So let's do that. Okay, and now let's put the beginning of our jaw muscle right on top. I don't want it to overhang too much. I would rather go back later and have to lengthen the chin and the jaw out more than have to correct it and delete it or remove it as we're getting closer and closer to final. So now that that's on, by the way, I'm working with Chavant clay, which is rather easy to stick to one another. It has great tensile strength. You know, this isn't going anywhere. This is pretty tough. I have to muscle this. If I'm not going to heat it up, which I'm not going to heat it up this morning, because I'm in no rush. It's early morning. What I'm going to do is, you do have to, you do have to make sure to push the clay into one another to really lock it into place. And this is similar to water-based clay when it's about leather hard. That's the best way I can describe oil-based clay cold sculpting, which is what I'm doing this morning. If I really wanted to move fast and move a lot of clay at once, what I could do is I could take this kind of clay, this Chavant NSP medium mixed with Le Beau Touche or Le Beau Touch, not sure how to pronounce that, and I could stick it in a toaster oven at about 200 degrees, and heating it up, it'll get really soft like mud, and that's really great. It allows you to really, you know, this whole block of clay, heating it up to be like mud allows you to really smear a lot on place at once, but when it's room temperature cold like it is right now, you really have to work it in your hands, which is fine because we're working at such a small scale here that I don't mind that. So the next thing that we're going to do is I'm going to start taking lumps of clay, and I'm going to start working them in my hands just so that way they have a little bit more workability. And then once I have that going, I'm going to start building up the back of the skull to its proper height. And once I have the proper height on the back of the skull, I'll start looping it around from the cranium to the front. So that's what I'm going to do there. So let's do that. So first this piece here, I'm actually going to stick it right on the back there. Now this, we might have too much mass in the back at the end, and that's fine because if we're using our anatomical knowledge, we can correct as we go, but we also want to be as efficient as we can. So now I'm just, again, locking this in place just like I would with water-based clay, and that's locked. When this is really heated up in the toaster oven, you don't have to lock anything. If it's all the same temperature, when it touches, it's going to stick together. It's going to stick to your hands. It's going to stick to everything. It's going to stick to your tools. It'll stick to this silicone mat. Yeah, it'll just stick everywhere. One thing that even to get it to not stick on your tools so much is to put, because it's oil-based clay, so petroleum will keep it from sticking to that, is a little bit of Vaseline or petroleum jelly on your tools, and then your tools will stay more clay-free than mine are now. Okay, so now we have the beginnings of what's going to be our skull, and we're gonna keep working parts of clay onto it much as we can. This is head number 79 for me. So we're nearly there. I'm well on my way on my descent into madness with this project. This exercise, this art challenge, put out by Ahmed Aldoori, and it's a hell of a challenge. My understanding is that this is the kind of challenge that he would issue to people at different points, and then eventually finalized it in a bit of a YouTube video. That's sort of 3 years later, still people are taking it because every time you draw a person, you end up drawing a head and a face. But unless you really sit down and do your portraiture work, which admittedly I've neglected over the years, you're limited in a art form, or a part of the art form in the visual arts that really needs to be right, because anybody, even a child, can see when the head and the face is off. It's not something like feet that for the most part you can BS and get by with bad foot anatomy until you really need to nail it in the moment somewhere. With heads and faces, most human beings have a sort of superpower in being able to identify the anatomical variation and whether or not a person looks right. That uncanny valley effect is because human beings have such a great ability to discern whether or not a head or a face looks correct or looks artificial. So really capturing soul into your portraiture work is really important. So that's why for one of the main exercises this summer that I'm focusing on, I decided to take this challenge up, and Med's been really supportive with that. So that's been really cool to sort of have his ear while I kind of go through this process. And we've got the majority here of the back of our skull starting to take effect. I'm going to go a little higher, and I know that I'm going to have to cut it back, and that's okay. I'd rather have to cut it back than add more at the very end. I always feel like adding more is bad because then I'm working away from. I'd rather work away from with a larger cranium would look like infant proportions than a smaller cranium and be like, oh no, this dude or this lady has caveman face because the eyebrow slopes. The brow just slopes right back into the head. That's always a little bit more of seemingly a dire situation with whatever piece you're working on. So I prefer to start with a bigger head and be like, well, that doesn't work, I'll shave it down, rather than, oh shoot, I did not leave enough brain space. Yeah, this is going to be way too big, but that's fine, because what I'm going to start to do is I'm going to lose a little height by bringing the skull shape forward, and I'll show you how. I'm going to arbitrarily pick about halfway down to line up with what I hope will be where my eyes are going to go in. And I'm just going to start bulking that out just from there, if you can see that. So from here, this is going to come out further and further until we hit near enough our chin, and then we're going to start really zeroing in on those proportions. Now, you may notice that this is traditional sculpture work where I have not used a single piece of armature wire yet. And again, that's because of the amazing tensile strength of this kind of clay. I don't need a chopstick in here. I don't need a piece of aluminum wire. At this scale, this thing is, look at this. Look at the strength here. I could even tap it. It's not even denting. So the good news is you don't have to worry about how soft you're working on it, that you're going to really smush things. But at the same time, you really have to muscle this clay when it's cool. I'm really pinching here. and that's okay. That's okay because I really don't want to rush this process. I want each head to look about as human as possible. Hi, Charlie. Fun thing, I'm doing the challenge too. Oh man, that's awesome. How many heads? How many heads are you up to at this point? I'm in the 70s. I'm in the high 70s now, and I feel like I've had 2 nervous breakdowns already. 'Cause it's a hard challenge. You know, it's sitting down and being like, I'm not stopping until the 100th head. I'm not working on anything else. There's a real discipline there, and I tend to do more project-based things. I tend to sit down and be like, I want to make Batman. I want to make the Mandalorian. Or I want to make an Oni demon, and I'll sit down and approach things thematically. So to sit down and be like, this is practice, and I'm not going to stop practicing and honing the skill set until I get to 100 heads. It's been really tough for me. Let's count now. Yeah, I feel like one way that it's been helpful for me was because I'm taking a little staycation from my day job this week. It made sense to sort of stream this process just to kind of get some company going. But I'm interested to know what you're up to. I know that Ahmed also has a 500 hand challenge, and I'm already going to be open about that right now. If I were to do it, and I really am resistant to the idea of it, if I were to do that challenge, I think I would have to set a strict timer. Like, I'm not timing these heads. I want them to look good, so I'm spending about 45 minutes, half an hour, 45 minutes on each one. But what I would have to do is set like a strict 10-minute timer for each pair of hands to be able to get it done in anything less than a really long time. I'm just sketching them like Ahmed. Yeah, awesome discipline. Yes, it's inspiring to see such focus. This is totally my weak point. Yeah, man, me too. And I think it's a lot of artists' weak points. Whether we sketch things and tend to never bring our projects to finish, or whether we do just project-based stuff. You know, I think most people get into art to avoid the kind of rigid discipline that usually goes into other disciplines. But at some point along the line, there are things we have to do to get better, just so we can tell better stories. You know, I mostly do character work, so working on head anatomy is essential to being able to tell. You know, if you have great body language, and the head anatomy behind it sucks, no one's going to believe your story. So at this scale, I get to work in more anatomical sort of features than I would smaller, but I've gone smaller. And the smaller and smaller you go, the more that those main form shapes are more and more important. But we're moving along pretty fast here. How long have we been? I've been sculpting for about 15 minutes. So we're actually moving pretty fast on this one. But it'll slow down once I start to work in female features and cut away the back of this head. So, okay, let's just do something else because we're kind of about where I would want to be. Couple of things. First thing is I'm going to put the occipital bun on the back of the skull. So the occipital bun right here is going to go right there, and then I'm gonna just sort of round it out on the back of the skull. And if I have to cut away some of it later, that's fine. But at this point, this is all just approximation. But I have a knife here just in case. So sculptors, you know, we use our knives and our loop tools the way that 2D artists use the eraser and the lasso tool and Control Z. So, okay, so now we're getting more of, as you can see, we're getting more of the silhouette of the skull starting to come into form there. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start filling in that face, and then we'll start working the anatomy of, and that's not even, that part of the front forehead is not even, so I'm just going to add a little clay there. Once we fill in this hole, then we'll start to, this gap, then we will start to work on the anatomy of the eyes and the cheekbones and the lips and all that stuff. You know, the face is so little of the human head that I find that it's best to ignore it for as long as possible in the process, because our tendency, based on that superpower I was mentioning earlier for facial discernment and recognition that we have as human beings, is that we have this tendency to, as artists, learning artists, we tend to draw faces much bigger than they really are. So one way to avoid that is to really focus on the silhouette of the head and the skull first, and then use your anatomical knowledge to say, okay, well, I know that the eye line starts about halfway down the skull, between the chin and the skull, and then trying to keep your face between that chin and halfway point, and then that's how it becomes a little bit easier to nail all that. But we're going to do that a few times this morning. I plan to go hopefully until 10. I'm going to try to stretch this until about 10 a.m. And then I know that a lot of my other favorite streamers will be up and running. This is a Monday, so can probably assume that Modern Day James will be up at some point this morning. In the early, late morning, early afternoon, might get a Steven Zapata stream. So the choices for me, because I don't want to miss those guys working, was either going to be early morning, sun just rose, or I'm looking out the window now, or it was going to be late at night. And last night I was originally going to do this, and man, I was just beat. I was just so tired last night. Okay, so now we've got a lot of that flesh in the skull marked out. And you see that I'm using this rubber tip. I'm not really doing anything with it other than using it as a stylus, but I'm not pushing the clay around to sort of create better form shapes. I'm really just using it at this point to lock the clay together. And now we have the majority of what we're going to use. Now there's a couple of things that I just want to fix. I'll use my clay spatula right here. So there's a couple things that I want to fix. So on this bottom part of the skull, it juts out a little bit too far, especially for the kind of shape of a jaw of a female skull, a female human skull. So I'm just going to slice that off there, do a little surgery. And now what I'm going to do is, looking at it, and I think I could probably bring this part of the skull back a little bit as well. So I'm just going to cut away right there. And now I'm just going to use my thumbs to smooth that out. And now the silhouette is starting to just work in the right way. I'm teaching art to kids, and we mostly sculpt. Would you recommend using oil-based clay? Afraid it might be a little hard for the 8 to 10-year-olds. What I would say is, so this is Chevant medium, and it is a little hard, and you do have to muscle it. Even as a full-grown man, there are times where probably after the 4th or 5th hour, I'm like, all right, I got to stretch my hands a little bit and stuff like that. What I would recommend is use oil-based clay. Well, oil-based clay is non-toxic, so you could use it, but I would use, Chevant makes a softer version, not medium, but it's called, I'm going to put in the chat, it's called Le Beau Touche or Le Beau Touch. There's like an accent. Le Beau. That's what it's called, and it's really soft. It's like, you know, to heat it up is almost unnecessary because it's so creamy to begin with, and that's good. The other alternative is, I'll show you right here, I should have some. The other alternative, but it's more expensive for a whole class of kids, but I don't know what your budget is. You can get some Craft Smart oven bake clay, which is just, this is like Sculpey. And this is the kind of clay you can sculpt it over and over again. It's really, like really soft. And then if your kids make something that they want to bring home, you can bake it in an oven for them at 175 degrees for 15 minutes. And then it'll stiffen up and it'll become a one-of-a-kind piece of clay. So if you want to like kind of like intro to ceramics for them, this stuff is probably the best for a little kid. This is how I started sculpting too, was using this stuff back in 2012. I picked it up at a Michael's. But if you want to do something where you get to reuse the same supplies every year with your class, then I would say Chavant Le Beau Touche or Le Beau Touch is probably your best option there. But either way, I don't think you can really go wrong. I just think that it depends on what you're doing and how old the kids are and whether or not you want them to be able to take their originals home. I'm just going to put a little bit extra clay. Still, this is, I don't know if you can see it at home, but this side of the forehead slopes in a little bit. It's a little concave, so I just need to build it up slightly. No big deal. Not too much clay. At this point, a little bit of clay goes a long way because we have the majority of our silhouette built up. Something that I like to try to do is pay attention so that way once we have silhouettes in place, we don't over sculpt. Yeah, no worries, Charlie. Okay, alright, so now the fun part. Now I'm going to put cheekbones in to shape the ocular cavity because we still have a cavity here. So I don't have to go in. I don't have to go in and push the eye socket in. What I do have to do is I have to build cheekbones around the ocular cavity, and that should be what I really need to do. So let's go from there. I'm going to cut this piece of clay in half. It's really small, so I'm just going to cut this in half. Just like that. And I'm going to say, okay, here's one cheekbone, and right here is another cheekbone. Okay, and they're not fully even, but that's okay. I'm going to take some time to build them up a little bit more, but I just want those indicators in. Now we're going to move a little faster. Now, this is a female head right here, so because of that, cheekbone's going to be a little bit higher than they would be on a male sculpt. The cheeks themselves are going to be a little bit more rounded. Now that we have that, I'm just going to fill in. Just going to fill in some mass where the cheeks would lie. Get some of that flesh in there. It's good coffee. I'm just going to lock this into place. Smooth it out just a little bit. Now, the ocular cavity is a little too small, so at this point I'm going to take my burnishing tool, my stylus, and I'm gonna stretch this out just a tad. Just like that. Perfect. And even the top, I'm just going to take my finger here and just stretch that a little. You know, on a female skull, the ocular, just the entire structure of the eyes are a little bit bigger than they are in males. Well, they're significantly bigger, but if I say significant, then you make them significant, or I get carried away, they're going to look a little anime-ish, which is okay, but I'm trying to limit the stylization here to a certain point. Even that might be a little bit too big, but that's okay. Alright, so now we've got our our head shape. We've got our skull mostly together. Now I'm going to work in a nose. So straight from the brow ridge down. Just going to, that's right there. That's my scaffolding right in there. And again, locking it in place. Burnishing tool. This is kind of like a Loomis method of head construction. If you notice, I'm working in all of the skull structures underneath. And then building on top of it. So I have a lot of control as to what this person's going to look like before we start making, features of the face, because I put so much work on the shape and the silhouette of the skull. So now I'm going to start with the bone of the nose. I'm going to have the nose come down just about this much. I'm going to lock that into place as well. Now at this point, it's okay to start pinching and pulling. I'm going to lift this up a little. So this skull shape here already gives me a lot of information about what the character is going to look like when they're finished. Once they're finished, I have a lot of info here as to the type. Again, being a female sculpt, I should add a little bit more of an occipital bun, but I think because the head's a little bit high, I can actually carve off the top slightly from the top of the cranium to use on the back of the skull. So I'm just taking off, man, like 1/4 of a millimeter here and there, or 1/2 of a millimeter total. And I'm going to take all that clay together. I'm going to sort of smooth the skull shape out again. And then I'm going to add it. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add it to the back. Okay, I must be around 30 heads now. 30 heads was the point at which I realized how much trouble I had gotten myself into with this challenge. That 30 head mark is like, oh no, what have I done? What have I done? Oh no. I have 70 more of these. Even still, like I'm at the last, this is 79 or 80. And so now that I'm in the last 20, 21 of them, even still, part of me just wants to spend maybe 10 hours and just knock out the last 20 and be done with it. But then you got to ask yourself, like, am I working on this to rush? Am I working on this to get better? Like, what are my, what's my end goal here, you know? I think I'm probably good, although I could bring the forehead out a little bit more. I was gonna put more on the back of the skull, but even though the back of the skull is important, you as the audience member are not going to see the back of the skull. When all these are together, I'm putting them all on a pin board, which was my thumbnail for the video here that you saw. So it's more important to nail the front of the skull to a higher degree than the back. I know that there should be a little bit more flesh back here, but that's okay. That's all right. The majority of the depth of the skull is done and good. So just blending this a little bit, and then I'm going to move on to the cheekbones are probably about the right mass as well. Okay, so now fine detail work here. I need a nose, I need an upper lip, and I need a bottom lip. So, and a chin. Drew them all over the place. Yeah, I'm sure. I've seen quite a few people that have posted their stuff for the challenge here on YouTube. You know, lots of sketchbooks filled up with this challenge for a lot of people. Different sketchbooks, different formats, different sizes. Sometimes they paint them, sometimes they're sketching. I've seen one or two people that have done this challenge with oil pastels. When I was a kid, we used to call them craypas, but I don't know if craypa is a brand or if craypa is just an old way of saying oil pastel. But you're an art teacher. You tell me, do art teachers still say craypa, or do they just call them oil pastels? Drew them all over the place, haha. You're making me take my Sculpey back, the one from school 5 years ago. Yeah, no, definitely. Sculpey is, especially for kids or people just starting out sculpting, I would say Sculpey is a good way to go until it begins to frustrate you, and it will once you start to be like, I want more finished characters and pieces that are a little bit more coherent, and a little easier, because Sculpey is so soft that once you're doing fine detailing or large enough pieces, things that are bigger than maybe this head size, Sculpey, as I'm sure you know, becomes a little bit unruly. Okay. So now we've got a nose in there. Nose is pretty much locked in. Just need a little bit of extra clay on the bottom part of it. So Charlie, I've started a tradition here where, because I've run out of creative steam, I'm taking any and all suggestions for hairstyles. So you give me a hairstyle, that's what's going to go on this lady when she's done. So please, do not hesitate. Throw out a hairstyle so I don't have to think of one. No idea for the calling. I am from France. Okay, I'll experiment with different kinds. Yeah, I feel as though people do not say craypa any longer. Putting a little bit more clay on the cheeks, so that way our nose doesn't just go into nothing, just doesn't like begin and end in nowhere. Nose should run into a couple of different structures. The nose should run into your cheeks. The nose should run into the upper lip and the brow. Those should be your connection points. Okay, so cheeks are on. They're about the same size that I could live with. The nose is just about where I would like it, and now the upper lip. So I'm going to use a lot less clay than you might think to put the form of the upper lip in. So upper lip's tricky. Put a little tube of clay right at the edge of the nose and blend it upwards. Now that it's blended upwards, I'm going to put a little bit more at the tip and then push it up and out. And then that should give us exactly what we're looking for here. So right now it's almost like she's lipless, if you can see that. But we're going to give her that little, I'm going to give her a nice lip edge. Okay, maybe you could go with hairs out of a bandana, like some pirates have. Okay. I have not, so on the male heads, I had done one bandana because if you've been using the Pinterest board that Med put out for the challenge, there are heads, one of which is a male pirate who has a bandana, so I did a version of that fella. But what I didn't do is I have not done a bandana for any of the females, so I'm going to do that now. You see here I'm lifting that lip and pushing it back up on itself to give that form of the upper lip. On men this tends to be less pronounced, on women it tends to be more pronounced, but as long as it's there, it doesn't have to be huge, it doesn't have to be super pronounced. I'm just sort of making, well, I guess that would be the stylization here. So I'm doing some of that. Okay, so now the bottom lip, and the chin really is about where it should be, so I'm going to skip bulking out the chin an extra bit, and I'm just going to try to put the lip in, blend the face, and do the eyes next. And then we've skipped a step that usually I take some extra time on. No, that's still too much clay. All right, let's remove just a bit from that bit and give it one more go. Okay, so there's our lip-shaped lip. Now there's a couple other things I just want to do to make this face a little bit more human, a little bit more attractive. I want to blend this jaw area into the chin, into the bottom jaw. I want to make it a little bit more pronounced. It's pretty much correct. I just want to blend it a little bit more, make it a little bit more prominent. So, and this part of the head is a little too high. I want to bring this forward a little. So let's do that. Let's first just take a little bit of clay on each side, stretch it really nice and thin, put it here, and just with my fingers I'm going to blend that. Second thought, I'll use my little, I'm using this clay rubber nib the same way that 2D artists would use a blending stump. I'm just bringing some of those forms together. I'm going to do the same on the other side. It's kind of a default thing I do with stripes of hair coming out the sides of the face. Yeah, it's you know, it definitely allows you to not have to bulk in so much hair mass, you know? It allows you to sort of be like, okay, well, there's a bandana here, so that covers the hair. And just another piece of clay in there. Okay, beautiful. Now I'm just going to look one more time at the profile, which is pretty good. Like I said, I'm going to take a little bit more clay off here. Going to stretch the head. At a certain point, you know, you're playing with forms that are so close to good that you really want to be careful about just how much you mess with them. Like, I may not even add that back on what I just sliced off. I think this looks better like this. Now the other thing is that I do have to remove here is I have to draw in, and I'll show you that, From the middle of the head, I'm going to draw in where my jawbone starts. Just using a line to draw it in. I'm going to indicate the jawline there. I'm going to do the same on this side. I'm going to say, here's my middle point, down, and then going to indicate the jawline here. Now the reason why I'm doing that is because I'm now going to use this loop tool, which I haven't used once yet, and I'm going to just remove some excess clay from that part behind the skull where the ear will start and underneath the jawline. Just to further define the jaw without building it up more, you carve away around it. So I'm just going to do that a little bit under the chin. We have some more connective tissue here than we tend to around the other parts of the jaw, so I'm going to leave most of that. But this is one of those things where to make a really defined form, I'm going to define it by creating a shadow with an underhang. So I'm just taking my time removing some clay. This right there, I could be a little bit more aggressive, but you'll see how those little bits of clay that come flying off, and now with all of that, we have a much more defined face. Much more. But the challenge is a great occasion to work on that too. Yeah, that's true. Every time you do a hairstyle, no matter which one it is, or you take an aesthetic change, it gives your work more variation, which is the spice of life, I'm told. Okay, I'm going to go in with the burnishing tool and just give myself a little nose detail by thinning out the areas from the nostrils up, right like that. Do the same on this side. I'm going to take a little clay to fill in the skull right there, just where the brow meets the cheekbone, and blend that because I had some negative space I didn't get rid of earlier. And this cheek could be rounder, so that needs a little bit more clay as well. Okay, good. Now, I'm just going to pinch here a little bit up on the cranium, and we're really getting there. If there's one thing I want to do to change this nose just a little bit, just one thing I'd like to do to change the nose just a little bit. I'm going to take a little clay and I'm going to put it right here, because the nose should be bulbous, and it should come down a little bit because you have your septum here underneath that connects to the lip. If you don't have that in, the nose tends to look a little bit fake, a little bit artificial, if you will. So, and that's a very small piece of clay, but it's going to go a far way. It's going to go a very far way. So right here, I'm going to put it dead center. And then once I can stick it on, just going to blend it. Oh no. Let me try again. Stick it on. That won't stick. Alright, we'll do it again. Just going to heat it up by rolling it in my fingers a little bit. Okay. Now that that's on there, the structure of the nose should be a little bit more believable. You have to have patience with this stuff. Sometimes something looks off just because you need to add or subtract something so small that it's hard to even see it. But it's there if you're looking for it. It's there. The trick is don't get frustrated and don't do, especially once you're at this point, don't do too much. Take your time to take your time, you know. Okay, now we're going to work on the eyeballs. And this is something that I've, over the course of this challenge, has gotten very, this is something that's become very handy and useful for me, which is to do this technique where I take two about equal masses of clay and put them right into the ocular cavities. These are probably too small. I probably have to go almost twice as big, so let me see. Yeah, that's better. So I need two pieces about this big, so let me see if this is, it's a little smaller than that. Okay, so you take two pieces about the same size and you just drop them in, boop, and boop. Now, years ago, what I would have done is I would keep them this size, like perfectly round, and I would try to put a strip of clay over them to make them look like eyeballs with eyelids over them. And that doesn't look good. What does look good is using the burnishing tool to rough it all into the ocular cavity as one general size mass, blend it in, of course. And then what I'll do after that is I will push everything together. I'll push everything together as an eyelid. So let me just blend this first. There should be no breaks between the flesh of the eyelids and the flesh of the ocular cavity and the nose. It should all be one thing. It's not like a lip. There's no real break there. Okay. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start pushing to give myself the illusion of the eyelid. And there you go. That's the magic trick on that side. Now let's see if I can do it again. Actually gonna need a little bit more clay in that second cavity there. But that's good, right? You could just add clay and push it around as opposed to being like, this has to be a perfect circle, a perfect sphere. If it's not and I've crushed it, I have to start again. Instead, if I realize that I've pushed the clay in just a little too much and I need more mass in there, I can just add more mass and respect the eyelid shape that I've sculpted out using just sort of pushing and pulling. And just like that we have it. So I'm not going to go nuts trying to smooth everything out. But what I will do, is I'm going to, on this one particular character, I'm actually going to give her some eyebrows, because I haven't done that in a while. I'm going to take a really thin piece of clay, really super thin. Make 2 cuts. One there. Just going to lay it in place. And that didn't work. One there and one there. And I'll use my spatula tool to just give some sort of illusion as to tiny little hairs. Tiny little hairs. Okay. And that's it, man. Okay, let's get some ears and then we'll work on that bandana. Ear 1, gonna go right there behind that jawline. And the second ear, we're gonna do the same thing on the other side. For the sake of time and my own sanity, I am not really rendering these ears. I'm just pulling clay in and giving a slight indicator of depth by burnishing. And I'm leaving it at that. At this scale, I mean, at this scale, I'm already probably overdoing it. Okay. All right, so she's a pirate, right? So we're going to give her an eye scar. Just going to lay one of these right over top. Okay. And then what we're going to do is, let's see, let's stick some hair at the bottom and put a bandana around the top, and then we'll be good to go. I'm so privileged. Oh, sweet. I'm happy to hear that you're sculpting along. Okay, I'm going to try to use 1 or 2 masses tops for the hair mass. So let's keep this nice and thin, rip it in half. Just going to blend that in up top a little bit. Now at first, at first she's going to look like she has Hulk Hogan's hairline, but that's okay because you don't have to put all the mass of the hair because the hair really flattens out when you wear a hat. So you don't need to sculpt the full mass of the hair as if the hat was off when you're wearing headwear. What you really need to do is you need to nail it at the bottom where it sticks out. And then as long as you put your headwear where it's supposed to be, then everything works. So right there we have our two masses of hair. Give her a little bit more at the bottom. Blend it upwards. Good, good. And I'm going to pick one direction to give her a little bit extra out the sides. Will you be at Lightbox? I have never been to Lightbox physically in person. I went to Lightbox last year digitally and watched a bunch of things. I've never tabled at Lightbox. What I'm going to do this year is I'm going to go to Monsterpalooza, but so I know that Med and Steve Zapata are going to go to Lightbox this year. I think both of them might be at Lightbox this year. I know Med will. Med has already said on stream and stuff that he's going to be at Lightbox. Steve may be, and I may go with those guys just to hang out with them and go. I may. Are you going to be at Lightbox? Have you been to Lightbox before, I should also ask? Okay. No more mass for the hair. She's gotten enough. She's gotten enough. Now I'm going to use, I have some pre-made strips here because last time I got caught off guard when we were sculpting and I needed some strips. And everybody started laughing because I got a little nervous. I was like, oh shoot, I'm going to have to do this on the fly. So I'm just going to stretch this out a little bit more than it is with my rolling pin. My de facto rolling pin, which is made out of a drumstick. And that's going to be the bandana. I'm going to fold all of this in on itself, as bandanas tend to. I'm going to drag a lot of the mass up. Now, in just folding that in and of itself right there, it gave me a lot of indications as to how the drapery would be. So I didn't need reference for that. And it looks natural because it is. I folded the clay. So I'm just going to follow those folds to give sort of an illusion of drapery. I'm just going to embellish it further. And that gives me pretty much everything that I need there. And then the next thing is she just needs like a little bit of a sideburn on this side. Just ever so slightly sideburn. Just blend that out. And I think with that I can, well, every bandana needs to be tied, so hers is going to be tied on the side, so. that gives me a bandana head. Right there. That's it. I'm going to throw a little bit more clay on top there. And there you go. One head done. Yeah, I will. Oh, sweet. I took Steven's mentorship. If I can meet him, it'd be nice. We're going to meet with other classmates from his workshop. That's really cool, man. Yeah, no, Steve's a great guy. He and I have been friends since high school. We went to school together. And we've been friends for a long time. As I'm sure you know, I was the patient in his commercial for his course that he just put out, which was really fun to make. We made it at a friend's house. So, one head done, and I'm pretty happy with that. She has a pretty unique look compared to my other heads from last stream. So that's cool. The bandana was a good choice, Charlie. Can't control myself from having fun and adding a little bit more hair out this side. Because, you know, I imagine her as an unruly pirate with pirate hair. So she should have just like so much. Okay, I'm going to leave it there. But that's it, man. One head down. I'm going to take a sip of coffee, and then we're going to get started on the next head. How long was that? Let's see. Yeah, that was about an hour. Start to finish. All right, let's go again. I'm going to do a different method this time, so that way we can move a little faster, because it's already 7 a.m. here on the east coast of the United States. So what I'm going to do this time is, from the get-go, I'm going to start with the majority of the silhouette of the head. I'm not going to spend so much time building it up, which I think I got a little carried away with in the last head, which can be fine. And that method is especially useful when the clay is really hot, because that whole phase takes a couple of minutes. So what I'm doing here is I'm saying that this is going to be the majority of the mass of the skull, and I'm just going to work it into an egg shape. Then I'm going to flatten where I want the chin and the jaw to go, and then I'm going to land it right on top of the neck, blend it in, and this time we're going to actually sculpt the eyes inside rather than build them out. So there's a couple of methods to do it. I like to switch it up just so I don't get too comfortable with one or the other. You know, sometimes you're looking for speed, sometimes you're looking to just noodle away. Starting out this morning, I wanted to move slow at first, but I'm warmed up now. So what I'm really going to be looking to do with this next head, I'm using the big knife here, is to move faster and block out the forms a little bit quicker. So sorry, I realized that was off cam. Okay, so here we go. Chin, jaw, This is going to be the top of the head, although I need to add much more clay now back to the top. Still, the jaw is way too big. All right, let's cut more away. All right, now let's see where we're at. Yeah, this is getting there. This is getting there. I'm going to throw a little bit more clay on the top of the cranium again. And now we're connected to the neck, and we have the majority of the silhouette all blocked out. And that took a lot less time than the first skull. So you can always tell with what method I go with how impatient I am getting with my own work, how quickly I want to move. But the thing is, you know, when I was in college, I boxed, and one of my favorite sayings from boxing training was, you know, we want to be quick, but we never want to hurry. And I really love that. I really love that saying. You know, we're going to move quick, but we're not going to hurry. So right now here, we're moving quick, but we're not hurrying. So we have the skull here. This character seems to be looking up at the moment. That's okay. Could bring the neck forward a little bit if I really want to, and just fill that in. It's just a little tough because the clay's not cooperating. Okay. All right. So now, because we have all that together, I'm actually going to squish this head a little. Proportions are a little long. Okie dokie. So now we're really gonna design this from the beginning. Not through, we're gonna build the form by constructing each form using a roadmap rather than building the forms to lead into the other forms. So I want this chin just a little bit more narrow, so I'm just going to pinch it. Pinch it a little bit. Blend into the neck just a little more. And now we have this halfway line is where our eyes are going to be, nose and mouth. Of course, our chin is there. The midway point on the profile of the head, we're going to mark that, because that's going to be where our jawline will start on one side, and on the other side where our ears are. And we're going to connect that to the chin. It's going to be higher up because this character is a female than it would be on a male character. Just taking an angle there on each side. And we're going to do this part early, where we're going to sort of carve that away a little there. Oh yeah, the commercial was so fun. Yeah, it was cool to make. It was it was the most fun I've had in a day with my friends in quite a while. I got assailed by my roommates. I had to pause the stream. Yeah, no worries, man. Come and go as you please. I'll be here probably till about 10 a.m. I appreciate the company, though. So okay. All right, so this time around, working in a lot less time, we've got roughed out the silhouette and the major forms of the face. And now we're going to get right to work on the minor forms of the face. So that tends to be a little bit of a quicker method. So the next step really is going to be this time we're going to push in and decide how big each eye cavity is, how far apart they are from one another, how deep each one is set, because that's different on people too. How deep the eyes are set. My eyes are set rather deep, but not everybody's are. Some people have rather thin set eyes, so they don't have all these shadows under here that I have. Okay, so now that that's in, I'm just going to push it in a little further. Peel all this clay back and just blend it a little. Now, because we have the majority of the silhouette of the head done, I want to be really careful about what I add and what I take away. So we're already at that point where we got to be careful. It's a female head, so I'm going to need to add a little bit more forehead. So I'm going to take this clay here, I'm going to mass it around the area of the forehead and pull it back and pull it down. Right there. That's a lot, but the difference, one of the main differences between the female skull and the male skull is female skull has more of a forehead protrusion. The male skull has more of a brow ridge right here. But we're gonna try to stay away from a brow ridge as much as we can on this scale, because if we hit that shadow with this level of detail of a brow ridge, it'll immediately read as male. So we want to avoid that if we can. Instead, we want to have like a gentle curve here coming down. Okay, that's good. Okay, so the next thing to do, this is getting a little hard to control, so I'm just trying to smooth this out, so bear with me, is I want to cut off the top corner of this head here, and I want to bring it down lower. Okay. I may not even have to add more there, so I think I'm going to keep that bit off. I think I just had the skull a little bit overblown, which is good. Now we're going to move on to the cheekbones. And I'm not going to need a lot of clay here. I'm not going to need a lot of clay at all. What I could do, rather than the cheekbones and the cheeks, I could actually combine the clay and make the whole cheekbone. The whole cheek and cheekbone. Let's see. Let's see if I could pull that off in one move. Be a little bit more efficient here for time. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. That'll work this time. It doesn't work every time. But this time it worked. Okay. Now we have everything sticking out basically as much as we want. I may have to add just a little more clay on that first side there, just to make that cheek a little bit more prominent. Just a little. Not much at all. Really, like this is, I just added maybe a little less than 1/2 millimeter. But at this scale, 1/2 millimeter changes your silhouette. You know, it's quite a bit of mass on the form. Okay, good. So as you can see, we're moving a lot faster on this head. We're getting to the point now where lips, ears, eyes, hair, and done. Okay. All right. So we need a nose. So let's see if I can get a nose on in one piece. It's not going to be one piece, but it's not going to be many more than that. All right, we've got beginning of a nose. Beginning of a nose. But the structure needs to continue just a tad. Oh yeah, Sculpey without armature is falling apart. Yeah, a Sculpey is so damn soft. You really need an armature in a lot of cases. I forgot about that. But you can make the character move. Yes, you could do stop motion animation, or you can twist the character as you're moving with it and all kinds of stuff like that. Yeah, Sculpey's a good introductory clay for a lot of students, and it was for me. It was for me. I used it for, let's see, I used Sculpey for 4 years before I moved on to anything else. Anything else. And then after 4 years, I played a little bit with WED clay, the Walt Disney clay, for a couple of projects. And then I discovered this, Chavant, by taking Simon Lee's workshop. Simon Lee is the sculptor who did the monsters for Pacific Rim. He did the character, the main monster character for The Shape of Water. He worked on Maleficent with Angelina Jolie. And he's one of the very few in Hollywood clay concept character sculptors out there, which makes his work super cool and super unique and very much up my alley. He gets to do monsters for a living. You know, he did King Kong for the new Universal reboot. So he's had wonderful career moves, and he's a hell of a teacher. And he was the one who turned me on to this sort of clay. And I gotta say, I never regret using it. I never find myself being like, I want to use anything else, because this clay basically does anything that I would want. It has so much versatility, and it allows me to bend the rules and break the rules of what I should be able to get away with. There's so many situations where I don't need to use an armature at all. And there's so many situations where I don't have to worry about whether something's going to break on me or anything. I'm going to use little bits of clay here to work up the cheeks around the nose and blend it in. So I wouldn't say that this is anything of a major structure. These are just some minor changes around the nose, so that way the nose doesn't look like it pops up out of nowhere and has a break in the flesh. And now, what do I need now? I need a little bit more brow bone, honestly. Need a little bit more brow bone. But I'm not going to create a brow ridge. So the way that I'm going to do that is I'm going to use a really thin, long piece of clay. And I have to be careful here to do this. I'll put it in the chat here. It's spelled C-H-A-V-A-N-T, Chavant. It is excellent clay. Excellent. It's very similar to monster clay. But Chavant is amazing. You said you were French, so I'm sure I'm pronouncing it terribly and butchering it, so I apologize for that. But it is an old oil-based clay company that really makes fantastic oil-based clay, and it's non-sulfuric, so it doesn't smell. It's non-toxic, and it's really good stuff. Really, really good stuff. Okay, so I added that extra bit of clay, and you can see that I'm trying to really drag it so that way I don't get a brow ridge indentation, so I can keep the skull female as possible. Some women, some female skulls do have a slight brow ridge, but at this scale you got to be really careful. All right. Okay, very good. I am happy with that. I will take it. Yeah, no problem, Charlie. All right, next move is going to be the upper lip, and then the lower lip. Okay, so upper lip. Just going to put a piece of clay in there and blend it in. And now that it's blended in on the top, I'm going to start dragging it up so that way we can get that lip shape. When I say that lip shape, I mean like the typical way lips are shaped. The way in which you looking at it will read it as a lip. Okie dokie. Don't ever let me say okie dokie again. Okay, bottom lip. The bottom lip is always so easier to get in. Oh man. Okay. There we go. Now there's very little to edit here. Just need to fill in right there where there's a gap with the tiniest bit of clay and just blend it in. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. Okay. All right, very good. She's coming alive. She's coming alive. I'm going to thin her neck out just by dragging on the neck. Couple of spots. I'm just going to drag that neck. And the chin needs to be brought out just a little bit, because right now she's a little chinless. Just a little chinless. So I'm just going to take a small bit of clay. I'm going to put it at the point of the chin just to protrude the chin out slightly. Not too much, but not too little. Just there. You want to maintain the point of the chin. And then the last thing here is I got to blend it back up under the lip. But I don't want to give up the shape of the lip. So I'm just going to have to take my time and be careful. Use my finger where I can. I'll use my little rubber nib blending stump where I can, and that looks pretty good. Let's work in the eyeballs. Now, these eyeballs are going to need to be much smaller than the other ones that I had been doing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually try to, that size there is okay. These should both be all right. I'm going to just take a little bit off each one. Because you can always add a little bit more, but when you start with too much, it's just a bit of a pain. So right there, that fits nicely. And right there, that fits pretty okay. What I could do, if I don't feel like I'm getting enough depth, I can just sort of dig that hole out a little bit more to fit this. All right, that's better. Good. Now we're going to blend these eyes in. And Charlie, if you're still with me, because you are my guest, I'm going to ask you to give me a suggestion for another hairstyle. For this lady. And I will try to honor that suggestion. I don't take many requests. But this is fun. This is a fun way to little fun way to collaborate hairstyles. Okay. I'm going to work on the ears now. And I'm going to do I go a little bit bigger on the ears just to give my fingers a little bit of a break. So these ears won't be perfectly anatomically. It's going to be slightly bigger than what would be what I would prefer to make, but I'll pin them back. I'll pin them back. Okay. Now, blending them in here, just like so. And doing that on the other side. And just pushing them back into place a little bit. Okay. You'll have to excuse me, I'm just looking at some of the forms under the chin, and I just want to I mean, it's okay, I just want to put a little bit of extra clay under this chin here. Because this is a little Okay. Then this cheek needs a little bit more too. On the side of the cheek. Just needs a little bit more softness. Not much, mind you, just again, right here at this scale and at this point of the sculpt. Just rounding things a little there. Okay. All right, sweet. How long have we been on this second one? Yeah, not long. Not long. Okay, hairstyle. Seeing nothing from the chat in terms of suggestions. I'm thinking thinking a top bun with hair coming out the bottom. So let's see if we could do that. First I'm going to start with a hairline. I'm going to pull the hair back. Drag it back, rather. Same thing there. So now we have a couple of indicators of where the hair begins. Okay, and there's the third. I was thinking big hairstyle in the air like a flame. All right. I'm cool with that. Big hairstyle in the air like a flame. Still need to indicate the where the hairline begins. So once I have that just blocked in quick, then that'll be kind of like Vegeta hair. That's what I'm imagining, like a flame. Okay. All right, let's get this flame hair going. Yeah, same. Okay, cool. Okay. I've stretched out some clay here, and just going to try to make it look flamey. There's ways to do that that'll make it look natural. Like if I say to myself that the back of the hair is the longest, so it comes up kind of higher. And then if it all kind of meets in one area, almost like if she's falling or something. Now I'm gonna start I'm gonna start blending this together. Because even though hair will have negative spaces for the most part, hair is just different forms meeting. That's really all hair is. So just trying to get a consistent texture going. Kind of like an ice cream cone. Okay. Okay, I'm going to add a little bit more. Coming from there, I'm going to slice some from the back. And pinch. This is fun to kind of sort of try to invent on the fly. Looks a little crazy, man. Looks a little crazy. It kind of looks mythological now, you know? All right, I'll take it. I think we're going to leave her there. She reminds me of something, man. I don't know what. Maybe the Statue of Liberty. All right, it's 7:42. We've got 2 heads done. I'm going to move on to another one. A little sip of coffee and we'll keep going. Okay. What am I going to do? I think I'm going to go back to that first method. I think we really get good forms on the face that way. So let's do that. My inspo was IOP Warriors from Whack Fu. I'm not familiar with that. If you shoot me a link in the chat, I will check it out later on. But if that is an anime character, in the end, she does kind of look very anime. In terms of hairstyle, at least. But I dig it. I hadn't done anything like that yet, so I'm right there with you. Okay, we have our neck. If you've noticed, I'm keeping basically the same roll for the neck throughout each piece. Because we're on head 3, and we've been here for almost 2 hours, I'm going to do this third head in the same way that I just did the last one, which is I'm gonna, because I want to move. I want to get more than 4 heads done. So I'm going to once again work the silhouette. Try to be really careful and go from silhouette to big forms pretty quickly. And this method that I'm using right now is both more natural, like more people will stumble upon this method just because it seems most logical, but it's far easier to mess up doing the head this way, just because if you start with the majority of the silhouette in place, it's so easy to over sculpt. And when you over sculpt the shapes of the head and the face, of the head rather, when you start with the head, silhouette of the head, then you over sculpt the face, what happens is you end up bringing the face out and out and out, and then even though you started with this perfect silhouette, when you over sculpt the face, what happens is the forehead appears to slope and you get caveman face, which is just, then you end up in this situation where you're like, should I scrap the entire head? Should I try to add more to the cranium? It's just a mess. And if you're already doing it on a figure and now you're out of scale, well then yeah, you have to just you have to start again. I've been in situations before where I've been like, oh, can I cut the face off and put it on a larger head? And that never works. You almost always end up messing up the face in really any number of ways. Such a common mistake. It's about 7:45 in the morning over here in New York. And this is such a good way to start the morning, man. Alright, this is okay. But I'm just going to want to add more to the back of the skull. So I'm going to take out the big knife and I'm going to chop inwards. A little bit on each side. And the front of the face there. I'm going to round those planes out a little bit. 1:45 p.m. here. Charlie, are you in France? Are you? I'm assuming you are French, but are you in France currently, or are you in 1:45 p.m.? You're probably in Europe. Then again, you could be somewhere in North Africa, maybe? Yes, I'm in France. Sorry, I started spinning my wheels there. Where else? Where in the world could Charlie be? Charlie could be anywhere, really. But in France you are. 1:45 p.m. So this is like a perfect time for me to stream, for you to catch me. Steven Zapata Art. Hi, buddy. You know, it is very, very interesting to have you in my stream. Oh, how the turntables have turned. Stevie, this is my third head of the morning, man. You want to see where I'm at so far? First of all, Charlie gave me an excellent suggestion for this female pirate. So she has a bandana and a face scar. Now you entertain me. So I have her finished. She's done. And I constructed her back of the skull upwards, which I tend to get much better form on the face doing that for whatever reason. And then I did a different method for this one, which ended up with a smaller head, with less control of the form. So I'm going to do that I'm going to do this at a larger scale with this kind of anime hair. Charlie suggested flame hairs. So I'm going to do this style, I'm going to do this construction method again, but I'm going to try to have a little bit better control of the forms of the face and pronounce them a bit more, get a little bit more depth. You can see the depth is better on the pirate. This construction method is probably going to be my new go-to from now on, although this is quicker, so, you know, quality, speed, choice, whatever. Steve, when are you going to go live, buddy? It's Monday. What number are you on, Joe? When I started, I was on 79, so 80, 81. This head right here in my hands is 82. So we're getting to the last 18 now. We're in the danger zone. Been drawing an hour so far. God damn, Steve. Hot dog. You guys will be kind enough to let me know if my audio is messed up or my video is super low quality. Usually when I make YouTube videos, I use the 4K camera on my phone, and this old webcam that I'm using to stream right now is the one that I bought, Steve, when you and I and the other guy used to do Twitch and Beam back in the old days. So I know that this webcam is a little bit dated. You're going to have a hard time focusing on a single project, though. I basically roll out of bed at 6-ish, grab my coffee, and sit down at my desk and sketch while Dee buzzes around the apartment and gets ready for work. That's nice. I'm coming to Lightbox with friends for the workshop. Yeah, Charlie was talking about Lightbox earlier. I had mentioned that this year I'm going to be trying to go to Monster Palooza, and I know that Med is going to be at Lightbox. That I had heard that you might go. I'm not sure whether or not you do. And if you do, I may tag along. I may also go to some expos this year and stuff. Do some networking, meet some people. Alright, so now what? Oh, that's sweet, Steve. So that's good. That's like a good time of day where I could entertain you. Alright, I need to add much more forehead. Much more forehead. Hate to say it, but hate to say it, but some of my best bits ever happened on Beam. Yeah. Well, Beam was a place where we knew truly no one was watching. So we could do some wild shit on Beam. Beam was also kind of the last years there before, there were some lines drawn on the internet. What was that, late Obama years? I was trying to suss out the schedule with D this morning, so if Lightbox can happen, you should totally go. If I go, it's going to be a party. Yeah, if you go, I think I'm going to go. That's when? June? Lightbox is usually in June, right? Because I think Monster Palooza is in April, so that would give me enough time to possibly go to both, which would be fucking awesome. Really awesome. It'll be a party without me too, but come on, you want to roll deep with your boy? Of course, buddy. Course. Yeah, man. So I've been trying to figure out a schedule with myself stream wise because I have this week off, and also just because it's very fun to sort of be here working and have people to play off of once in a while. But because I know when you and James tend to go live during the middle of the day, then you've been going late, Steve. You've been going 4 hours in the afternoon. So it kind of makes sense for me to either go early morning or late night. Late night was fun 2 nights ago. Magda came in and Dolly. And we were in here for a few hours now this morning. Charlie's been keeping me company, and now to have you in here is really fun. All right. What are we going to do here? What are we going to do? I need some ocular cavities. And then I'm going to work cheekbones. Working the cheekbones. Steve, you're my new guest on stream while I'm doing this 100 head challenge and continuing my slow descent into madness. So as my new guest, the tradition is I ask whoever it is that's new that's in chat to suggest the next hairstyle for the next female sculpt. So what were our suggestions so far? Lemonade braids, which are really fun to make. The texture on them is really, really cool. We had pixie cut. We had pirate do-rag. I don't even know if that's called a do-rag. Pirate rag. And flame hair. So the next suggestion is your honor, Steve, for hairstyle. I like the Stark haircut, half pony, is it? Okay, yeah, sure. I know what that is. So kind of high up, but then some hair coming out down the back. Yes. I have not done one of those either. All right. Let's do it. Yeah, I have incredible stamina and endurance like a gladiator or Navy SEAL, some would say. Yeah, you are the David Goggins of art. You're just out here running, telling us all to not be little bitches. Making sure that we all run our miles a day and keep to project-based learning. I say, as I do an art challenge with extreme rote. Charlie says, I'm doing an exhibition in December, though. Really concrete to get me to focus. Might have stuff to show in October. Hell yeah, man. That's great. Like the Stark haircut, sure. Enjoying your streams a lot, too. Yes, many people say that. Yes. Steven's streams are wonderful. I would say that the chat culture in Steven's streams are a second to none. I would say that the people that end up in Steven's streams are, man, they're gentlemen, they're scholars, they tend to be like some of the most moral people out there in the world. Classic kinds of people. Great friends, good listeners. Just excellent. Just all around excellent. All right, time to be decisive and get some cheekbones in here. And again, I've noticed that when I take this silhouette approach, then I have to be really careful not to over sculpt the face, to avoid, like even here still I have to build up that cranium to avoid situations where I get caveman face. So it's less of a problem here because I'm doing a bunch of busts. But if I'm sculpting ahead for a full character that's already sculpted, and usually I will, after I get the whole body done, and by done I mean bulked out form-wise, then I turn around and I'm like, all right, let me get a head sculpt. If I over sculpt the face and the head, it'll blow up my proportion for the whole piece, and that's not good. Then I have to scrap the whole head. Moral. Okay. All right. And cheeky bones. Cheeky bones. When I need to pinch that chin in. Okay, I'm looking at the profile from each side. Definitely going to need more over here. Blend, 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 blend. Beam.Pro. I haven't thought of Beam.Pro in the longest, and last night I was thinking about doing this around 11 o'clock at night, but I was exhausted, and I was thinking about late night streams, and I was like, I don't want to go on that late, like to start at 11. It's like, this ain't Beam.Pro. Like, that's fully unsustainable. Even when I go back to work next week, at my day job, I could conceivably get up this early and go to bed early because I'm an old man, and stream early in the morning, and for the days I work at home, just make sure I'm out of here by 9 a.m. so that way I could log on to work when I'm working from home. But to be up to start streaming at, those wee hours of the morning. First of all, I don't think there's a lot of people that are looking for art streams that late at night. So it might be a bit lonelier. Luckily Charlie's in France, so that was nice. I like going in the morning and get energy then. Yeah, and then you can kind of do things. I gotta go walk. Gotta go walk the dog, bub. Be back later. All right, man. Your advice on making art fun hit me hard recently. I'm trying drastic changes. Yeah, Charlie. Anything I feel like plenty of us get into the whole art game because what we're really looking for is to make the types of things that inspire us. And then what ends up happening to a lot of people, and I've seen people go through it, friends and junk, and I've never quite experienced it myself, is practice projects like these people get hung up on for years and years and years, or months and months and months or whatever, especially art students. I've never been to art school, so I haven't experienced this where you get locked in this loop of doing studies, over and over and over and over. So for me, it's always been just a little bit different, but at the end of the day, it's always made more sense for me to do more of the kinds of projects where I'm making the sort of art I want to see out there, And I think that there's something really nice about that. I think that there's something inspiring and that's a self-starter motivation. If you get up because you're working on a painting of a landscape you love that speaks to you in your heart, there's motivation built into that, as opposed to this. I need to be streaming, I need to be watching one of Steve's streams, or I need to be, I don't know, turning it into a YouTube video. There's not a lot of intrinsic motivation for me personally when it comes to practice like this. But that's what discipline is. And so the upside to people that have more discipline for these sorts of projects or assignments or challenges, whatever you want to call them, is that your skill set gets way better way fast because you're not stopping yourself from doing the harder work. And even though I'm not necessarily stopping myself, I've delayed it for many, many years. So, you don't want to delay it. You want to keep going. Okay. This nose is starting to get there. But I need a little more side flesh. Side flesh. Stupid. Yeah, I need a little bit more clay on the sides of the nose to build up the form necessary for nostrils to be visible. And at this scale, which this is a larger size head, I can render out a nose without a problem. Okay, need a little bit more now at the tip, just to give it that little bit of extra bulbousness, and because like women can have big noses, you can have a nose that is bulbous and pointy. I haven't done many long noses, but it's fun to do. All right, sweet. There we go. Okie dokie. So now we're really getting to getting to it there. I'm going to take a little bit off the back of the skull, and I'm going to move it to the forehead area, just because I need the mass, and I don't want to get into this habit of building this skull up and up and up and up and up. But I do need a little bit more. So really when I do this, I'm really just reforming or grafting some clay from one part to another part. So that's all it is. Okay. Upper lip time. Oh no, you know what? I forgot. I didn't add that forehead clay I wanted to add on. So let's do that, and then we'll work the upper lip. Let's do that. Just going to stretch it out. Drag. And then I'm going to pull it down. Okay. All right, man. We're getting there. We are getting there. Need more clay on this cheekbone here. I just want to cover my bases a little bit more before I start. You know, once I get to the lips and the chin, then we're pretty much finished. So I just want to make sure that I have everything squared away that I want to be in the places that I feel that it should. Before we round all this out. Okay. All right, now upper lip time. Now I'm finally able to use a little bit more upper lip than I did in these other sculpts, which is good. It's going to give me a nice base. To really showcase the forms. Okay, now, like I said 2 nights ago, one little anatomy rule that's good with portraiture is that the corner of your lip should line up with the drop center middle of the pupil, generally. So I'm trying to make sure that I do that. Keep everything sort of equal. And now to make the lip of the lip, I'm just going to clear the clay off this nib and pull up. Okay. Now that I have that in place where it needs to be, now let's get the magic of the lower lip in. But first I'm going to finalize the jaw. So just draw that line there. I'm going to come across here. Do the same thing on this side. Use my loop tool and just thin that out. Just a tad. And by doing that, I'm creating some nice shadow space. We'll do the same thing on this side as well. Okay. So now I have to build up the chin just a little. And that's where the lip will derive from. So I'm going to drag this clay up. And in. One thing which I don't think I've done here on stream is if you take that first application of clay and leave this line in that I have right here, if you leave it in, it can be teeth. So when you're making a sculpture and you want to show teeth, you have to leave something in. So I'm going to leave that there, that little indicator, and when I put the lips in, you should be able to see teeth underneath if I've done it right. But we won't know until we try, so let's try. I don't think we're going to be able to show those teeth. I don't think they're high up enough. Maybe I could push them a little further. Okay. Okay. Well, she's pretty, but we may not get what we're looking for in terms of teeth, but I'll try it again on the next one too. Drag that lip down. Not bad, but the chin needs to come out just a little more still. Not much. Not much. And then I also have to correct the also going to need to correct the bottom of the nose. Let's blend this in. Quickly blending everything. All right, man. So I'm kind of happy with the way that the forms are all coming out on her face. I'm gonna raise just this little area right in there with a little bit extra clay. Okay. And the underside of the nose, I just said I wanted to do as well. Let's add a little in there. Shoot. Okay, come on now. Come on now. Okay. Okay. Okay, now I need a little bit more clay on this side of the nose to make everything look equal. Well, that will make everything look equal. I just need more mass on that side of the nose, but not much, like so little that it might not even be noticeable on the stream, but I can see it. Okay, there we go. That's a nose. That is a nose. Hell yeah, man. I'm gonna give her a little bit more of a bottom lip because her upper lip does not match right now. It's gonna be nice and thin. All right. This cranium's a little tall. Need to just slice a little off the top. Now we're going to pull back. Okay. All right, man. So next thing is, I think I need a little bit more clay under the eye here, and then I'm ready to put the eyes in. And you know, it's just at this point, everything is just little tiny changes. Just little tiny changes. Right in there. Good. Now I'm going to blend that. Cool, cool. Now let's put those eyeballs in, man. Still got too much height. Way up there. It's delicate kind of balance when you know, because I'm going to put a lot of hair mass on, a lot of this is going to get lost in terms of like, oh, like what's too much cranial mass, what's too little. Like some of that does get lost, but in terms of myself, just working to get some accuracy in and to make sure that I do this right, I don't want to put myself in a position where I'm getting into the habit of making overblown heads one way or the other. So All right, now it's time to put the eyeballs in. That is just slightly too big. Definitely falling into that as well. It's true that I make the faces very big. Yeah, it's super common with everyone, because when you construct, you're aware of the fact of how much effort you have to put into the face, and to not like make it bigger than what it really is hard. And that's just human nature. That's because of how much of our focus is drawn to the face. It's a psychological effect, In fact, there have been case studies. There were people that suffer certain kinds of brain damage, weirdly enough, have dreams where all the people in these dreams have faces that are way too big. So, there's a certain software neurologically in our brains that perceive faces to be bigger than they are. And it requires our higher functioning to be able to recognize that faces are not that big in actuality. However, as an artist, you want to make sure that you're not going to go the other way at the same time and make your faces way too small in comparison to the head either. And then, I don't know if you read comic books, but then, the face ends up looking like Sinestro from the Green Lantern, with like this huge head. You gotta be careful. Either way, you just gotta use that knowledge. Make sure that you work it in a way that makes sense for you, for your own practice. Blending the next eyeball in now. Just blending away. Just blending like no one's business, Okay. 2 eyes in. Indications for eyelids, all that stuff. All right. Okie dokie. Like I said, do not let me say okie dokie. Hi Simon, good to see you, man. Thanks for coming in. How you doing this morning? Let's round this one cheek out just a little bit more. Just with a little bit of clay right there. All right, ears, and then I'm going to take Zapata's request for the Stark hair. When he said Stark at first, my mind immediately went to Tony Stark, and then I realized he meant Game of Thrones Stark. and that made much more sense to me. You would not like to see a female portrait with Tony Stark hair. Doing pretty fine. Very glad to be able to see you to do your thing. Thanks, man. I'm happy to have you see me do my thing. Just listening to you while I do my morning prep. I'm gonna hop off to do my stream soon. All right, buddy. I'm gonna go probably until 9:30, and then I'll be watching your stream as well. Doing pretty fine. I'm painting portraits while waiting for the time where I go get my daughters. Hey, Steven. That's cool, Simon. Sweet. We're both doing portraiture work today. Yeah, I'm trying to get through these Meds 100 heads, man. It is the closest thing to a PlayStation, real-life PlayStation or Xbox achievement that I feel like artistically I've tried for in a while. So I'm really feeling the grind on this, really trying to get through it. Now, if I do one more face before I go, I'm going to use some strict reference because I'm starting to have less control, and I know that a lot of the times when I'm not using reference, my faces start to come out like this. Not bad, just there's a certain doll-like quality. There's just a certain simplification that I'll do that I notice that might not be noticeable, which is why I'm going to pull up that Pinterest board very, very soon. Very, very soon. All right, Stark hair. So first thing is I'm going to approach it like I'm doing a ponytail. So I'm going to pull some clay. Also, I have to, this head is coming off the neck. So here's a quick tip for when you have cracks in your sculpture and you don't want to use an armature because you're lazy. You can take your ballpoint and push in to the crack. Push in, push in, push in. And just sort of create this sort of compaction. And then you just take some spare clay and you stick it in that crack. And then once it's filled up, kind of push that in more and start to blend it. Because the reason generally for a crack, if it's not a weight issue, if it's a weight issue then you definitely need an armature wire, but if there's no weight issue, and there's not one here, it's because there's negative space inside the sculpture that you can't see that's causing a structural deformity. So just now I've cleared that up, and I'm probably not going to have that crack come back because I've compacted the clay a lot more. So I'll be able to now focus on the fun part, which is the hair. So taking a little bit of clay here. I know what you mean. Your visual library tends to mush together something like that. Yes, absolutely. You know, we all have patterns we fall into and ways in which we, especially with faces or anything with anatomy, we have ways in which we tend to visualize, which gives us a repertoire. So sometimes you have one type of face you can make. Sometimes you have two or three. There are a couple different types of faces that I can reliably make, and this is one of them. Like when I'm just sculpting on autopilot without a reference, this is one type of face that I'll end up with, and there's nothing wrong with it per se, but it's just there's nothing wrong with it per se, but it's just something that pops up from time to time, and to get out of those patterns, reference is key. So that being said, I have some clay here, which I've stretched out, and I'm going to start lining it up to make the beginnings of the pulled back hair in the front. Now the thing is, you don't need to put clay all the way back. You don't need to bulk out. When hair is pulled back, you don't need to worry about bulking it out all the way up against the head. The head basically retains the majority of its form with hair pulled back. The area that you need to indicate is at the hairline where the hair starts. And even that is much less than you might anticipate. Like this is oversimplified and this is poofed out a little too much. So I'm really going to blend that in. But I just want to, it's a way for me to draw it in. So I'm drawing that in. And then when we get down here, I'm going to do that one more time. Same thing over here. And then the last thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to throw some sideburns in. Okay, so now that I have this blocked out, I'm just going to pull it all back into the general form of the head that's already there. Everything's going to start to blend together, and that's good. And now up front, I'm going to use my stylus tip to bring the hairline in so that way it meets the head in one space. And even though I'm using these little hatch marks, you're going to notice that it starts to look like where hair begins. And I'm going to use my middle fingertip to just give some indicators that are deeper of the direction that the hair is going. Okay, that's good. Now we're going to do that high ponytail. So first thing that I want is I'm going to make a little cylinder. I'm just going to roll it out with my fingers, nothing fancy. And that's going to be the area where we're going to imply that there's a hair tie. And then that hair tie is going to just go bloop right there. Now, I'm going to lock the clay in at the back because you as the audience are not going to see that when this is finished. And then around the front where you might see it, but you still won't, but I'll do it just, I'm going to do this just because it's going to look nice, is I'm going to drag a nice line around to actually indicate a hair tie. And now that that's in, now I'm going to put the ponytail and then the hair is going to come out the back. So the ponytail itself is going to be kind of short. I'm not going to do Qui-Gon Jinn here. What I'm going to do instead is something a little bit differently. The hair is going to thin at the bottom. Okay. I'm going to connect it right there. And that's generally the whole ponytail. I'm going to pinch it into, and then I'm going to line it up with my finger here. So my finger, my three finger, my pinky ring and middle finger and thumb are supporting the neck, and then my pointer finger is going to go right up against the ponytail, which is going to allow me to texture the part of it that you as the audience are going to see. And I'm going to do that just with big lines because we're at such a crazy scale here that all I really need to do is catch shadows. There we go. And even in the spots where you can't see it, just gonna pull that down with some lines. And there you go. That's the ponytail. Now, the hair out the back is going to be just slightly different. I'm gonna take another piece of clay. So, oops, cap lock. I don't know how you could do this without destroying the face. So one of the things is I'm using a very hard clay. This is Chavant medium. as you notice, as I'm going like this, it's not bending at all. I don't have any armature wires in there. The reason why I'm not smushing the face is because, number one, this is a very hard clay where I could actually touch this and nothing smushes. If you start to drag slightly, it'll smush a little, but very little. So there's that. The other thing is that because I'm using a very hard clay on purpose, because I tend to be a little bit on the how would we say, a little clumsy. I can be a little clumsy, and because of that, that's why I don't use very soft clays, because at this point where the face is rendered and I'm putting in hair, I'm roughing in hair after the face is rendered, it's so easy to mess up all your work and like touch the nose and the nose gets smushed, and then you have to throw out, you know, a lot of the face and redo it. And it's just like, I'm doing this a little bit out of order, which is fine because it's, you know, it allows me the creativity to do that. But under a lot of normal circumstances, this would not be the way to go. No. Under a lot of normal circumstances with softer clays, the hair forms would be roughed in around the same time as the cheekbones and the chin. And then after that point, I would finalize things in the face. Like 100%. But it's good to use mediums that allow you to do, you know, for me, I consider hair very much not important. I really don't consider hair like super important part of constructing a head, a portrait. I mean, it's, to me, it really is secondary, and usually, unless the hair is like the most important thing to you of the piece, which generally for me it is not, then it, in a way, it shouldn't be the thing that you put all that much stress on when you're rendering. Like, I'm just texturing this now at the end, and that's it. It's a little too rough there, but I can smooth it out. Just a little. Did you guys hear that horn in the background? For as much as I make fun of Steve and that driving him nuts, of course, when I stream, the people out here in Queens are going crazy in their cars. All right. We have a Stark ponytail. You know, the ponytail could be higher. Let's just move it higher. Yeah. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. Sweet. We got some good hair textures too. We got 3 heads done this morning. Not bad, not bad at all. Okay, so harder clay means you need less preparation. I wouldn't say less preparation. Harder clay means that it's more forgiving to either clumsy mistakes with your fingers or deciding that you want to render certain small details first. Like, you know, I could mess up part of the ear and like refix it like I just did. I did smush the ear, but to reform the ear, I could go back in really quick and just very quickly just like put a new piece of clay there and everything's fine. Everybody's going to be okay. That's fine. But if I did this to the nose, you would see me freak out and stream right now. I'd be really angry. So, you know, that's a thing to consider. Harder clay means that, you know, if you're using harder clay, to me what harder clay really means is that it allows for you to, number one, you have to muscle the clay more. You really have to squeeze it to move it around. But it allows forgiveness for when you touch areas you're not supposed to touch by accident. That's really what it means. There is some less preparation in that I don't need an armature wire right now, so that's cool. But another downside is, like right now I want to add a little bit to this side of the upper brow. I just wanted to add a little bit, and it's, you know, it's harder clay is harder to interlock because it's not as waxy, or if it's a wet clay, it's not as wet. And I'm trying to minimize brow ridging because it's a female skull. I know that it's not the biggest deal in the world. I just don't want to do something that's gonna, at the very end here, kill the characterization. All right. So there we go. I think she's rather pretty. Just going to use my big knife here, cut into the ponytail a tad. And yeah, we've got it. We've got it. She's good. All right, now I'm going to slice the neck. Again, I'm using here ring finger and middle finger to support, and the pointer finger on the back of the head, so that way when I'm done cutting she doesn't drop. Because that has happened to me now. From this distance, if the whole head falls nose first, the nose is going to smush. Just trying to be a little careful here as I go. And that's it. So Simon, you haven't been in the stream today for very long, so I just want to show you. This morning we've just finished this head and this one before it, which is a little rough. And then this one, the first head, was probably the strongest. So we've gotten these done today. And there's some variation in form and in type. Feminine features are the hardest to get for me because they are more subtle and blended, if it makes sense. It does make sense. The difference is, first of all, male sculptors, male artists tend to take more time to make female representations because it's not what we see in the mirror every day. The other thing, thanks Charlie, the other thing is that, yes, female features tend to be softer, more blended, more rounded, but also angular in certain places. So as a guy, where do we know that the male skull is angular and really rough? Not rough, but angular. The forms come to really angled points. The brow ridge, the bottom of the jaw, the squareness at the tip of the chin, that's where we know to look, right? Here, male. With female features, you tend to have a roundedness here, a contour, softer, yes, contour here on the forehead, a contour on the back of the skull and the occipital bun, tend to have thinner jaws that don't hang quite as low, and a chins usually come to a little bit more of a point. But even though the points of the cheekbones tend to be a little bit higher, a little bit lower, they're more pronounced. That's why the ocular cavity tends to be a little bit larger in women as well. There's a lot there. There's a whole world, a whole lifetime to make sure you get right. A whole lifetime for sure. I just want to blend this a little bit more. I'm just seeing some breaks in the surface area of the clay. if I just squint at her, she reads pretty female. Sometimes it's a last minute touch that makes you really like what you're seeing. A little bit more than just seconds before. Like I just pinched the chin a little bit and brought it out just a little more, and that gave me just a feature that I felt fit a little bit better. Not much, but just a little bit. Just a little bit. I really like the hair at the back. Thanks, man. It was Steven's suggestion for the hairstyle. So Simon, you're newest in the chat here. So we're gonna do one more head, I think, this morning to bring us to closer to the 10 o'clock hour. I think we've been going for, how long has it been? We've been going for a little over 3 hours. So we're gonna do one more head today, I think, on stream. And going to do one more head, and Simon, I'm going to ask you, buddy, to give me a suggestion for hairstyle, because I have I've been asking everybody in stream to give me hairstyle suggestions. While you think about it, I'm going to take a sip of water. I finished my coffee and now I need to drink a little water. And if you don't mind, I would kindly ask for a hairstyle suggestion, and then I'm going to pull up the Pinterest board that Med had made, and I'm going to pick a female portrait to use as reference. I'm not going to show you guys because that would require me to fix OBS and have multiple screens up and stuff. I'm just not there, folks. Just not there. This could be fun. This could be fun. This is a really unique head. Okay. Wow. Okay. This is cool. Let me see if I switch this over, if I can show you guys. Okay, so I'm hoping you can see that. So this is the reference I'm going to be going with right here. So let's see, what do I notice about this head? I'm noticing that her ears do stick out quite a bit. Her cheekbones and her ocular cavity is really big because the cheekbones sit low. And there's not much rounding to the cheeks, but there's some. But man, that point on the chin. And you notice, look at the highlight here. You guys tend to draw, so look at the highlight here on the forehead, and you can see that highlight there gives me an indication that this forehead does stick out quite a bit. But there's no brow ridge here. So you're going to get a really soft curve all the way up into the cranium. You're going to have these points as landmarks. You're going to have that point down there as landmarks. I see triangles. I see really large ocular cavities. But I still see a softness in the cheeks. Hard triangle here, but softness here. Okay, her eyes are set quite wide apart. And her nose is pointed up. Notice the highlight here. So that highlight's telling me that the nose is pointed up, or is at least flat on the underside. That this plane here underneath most likely doesn't have. It's probably kind of coming to a point here, but also here. So I'm kind of getting a feel for what I would imagine that form to look like. And you know, full lips, pretty similar to a lot of the other faces I've done, so the lip should be pretty standard for what I do. But this is this is classic med reference, right, for a female face. This is a very pretty girlish aesthetic here. So I'm going to go with that. I'm going to turn back on my regular sculpting scene. Hopefully you guys saw that. And that's what I'm going to look at here. So, yes, we see it. Do I just describe the hairstyle? Yeah, man. Whatever hairstyle you can think of that you would like to see. I mean, I could do... There's not much of a hairstyle on that reference, but I could do... You know, you think of it, I'll do it, man. Okay. Her neck's thin. Okay. So, bob cut with bangs. It'll be different than the other ones you did. All right, man. I'm into it. Bob cut with bangs. Bob cut with bangs. That'll have a very like 1950s, 1960s aesthetic, which I love. It's a great hairstyle. It has such like a timeless aesthetic to it because it just speaks to that time period so much. And so many classic actresses had the bob cut with bangs. I leave you the decision about the curliness and length. Well, bob cut's got to be about here. And bangs, you know, well, that's true. You didn't say the length of the bangs. I could choose whatever bang length I want, but I'm not going to want to hide the face. I think I'm going to do shorter bangs and a bob cut. Curly, though. Her hair is curly. That's interesting. I'm cutting up some of this clay here. Just because as I grab bits of it, I want it to be a little bit easier to work with. And with a hard clay, one way to work it easier is to have smaller bits of it. So I'm just giving myself some slices. And just like that. There we go. Okay. All right, so I'm going to have chat open on the left, and I'm going to have the reference open on the right. Excuse me while I situate myself. Okay, perfect. I'll be doing another portrait too. Maybe do similar as you? Yeah, man, for sure. Why the heck not? If you Google Med's 100 Heads Challenge Pinterest board, it should come up, and this head is in there. So you could find the reference pretty fast. Okay. So, wow, that neck is really thin. Okay, so we want to start with our pointed chin. Man, that neck. Good grief. I can't believe, you know, there's that's the beauty of reference, right? There's so much variation. And as artists, we tend to get locked in what we think these rules are. And, you know, there's a lot for what could be right or could be wrong. But, gee whiz, man. Okay. I'm starting with this extreme shape, and we'll rein it in. but for right now, that's what we're going to start with. And I'm going to do the first construction method, which tends to be a little bit formy. Tends to have a little bit more form, a little bit easier. So now I'm probably going to stop streaming over the course of the next hour. I'm going to do this last head, and then I think I'm going to wrap it up. Probably do a little bit more sculpting during the day, but I won't stream anymore. There's just something to be said about when you're working and you're able to focus, or even if you're listening to something, is just, there's just a difference there as opposed to when you're. This is essentially a demo, you know, because I like talking about what I'm doing and speaking with you guys. It makes it easy. It's like kind of like being on the phone with someone, which is also one of my favorite ways to work. But there's also something else to just, you know, the silent practice, you know. Aw, shame, I have to go now to get the girls. All right, no worries, man. I will catch you later, and I will be here. And also, I will be sure to come back, and next time you're on the channel, you'll be able to see how this head panned out. But bob cut with bangs, I won't forget. Thanks for coming by, Simon. Cheers, buddy. Okay, we have this thin neck. We have this pointy chin. All right, we need to build up that head. I'm going to try to make that. Cheers, man. Thanks for the company. Anytime, buddy. Can't wait to see the result. I will post mine on Steven's Discord as well. Sweet. Yes, tag me so I can see it. I don't go on Discord every single day, but I really should go on more often. Okay. Now, moving a little fast here on this cranium. I want to be able to spend time on the face, so I want to kind of get this silhouette locked in as fast as possible. And it's funny I say this again, because fast as possible, working with cold clay, I have to lock each piece of clay into one another. But were I to heat this up, these pieces would stick, and I'd have the whole silhouette done by now. I'm gonna have to stream using that using Chavant heated up in the future, so that way people can see it. It's just, if you've never experienced it before, it is something else, man. Really is something else. Big head. Okay. see we're moving along quickly to bulk out the head. Definitely going to try to find some. Yeah, it's worth it. You get it on Amazon or whatever. I should start putting. I'll make sure from now on when I stream and stuff, I'll put links in the description to tools and clay, because I know I talk about what I'm using a lot because of how it feels, you know, and I know that, you know, a lot of artists tend to say, like, you know, it's not about the tools or your equipment, but how you use them, and that's true. But, you know, just like with, you know, 2D artists drawing and painting, you know, there is a tendency to be like, you know, you have your soft pencils, you have your hard pencils, you have your number 2s, your number 4s, 6s. Everything has a different application and a different use. And it's good to, you know, with sculpture, remember that as well. Everything sort of has its place. And for taking my time or forcing myself to slow down, using cold Chevat is good because it allows me to sort of really render with the clay in a hard waxy state. But for throwing shapes quickly, man, you heat this stuff up. It's like sculpting with warm butter or mud. I've never sculpted with warm butter. I'm saying it has that consistency. I would love to sculpt with warm butter, then eat it. Sounds delicious. Okay. We've got a lot of the skull in. Now I'm going to want to start putting I want to start putting some stuff into the middle of that cavity there. And I'm just focusing on keeping the structure together and building those big forms, really getting the shape of the underlying skull together. Because at the end of the day, even though there's going to be an interpretation, for me this challenge is about getting better at portraiture, not just faces. Because I can make faces, you know, but being able to turn around and really say, oh, this looks like a certain person, or this resembles a certain type of person, or has a certain look about them, to me has there's a lot of value there in that. So and I gotta keep adding. I need more on the forehead. And you can see we're starting to get this really nice three-dimensional shape. That skull shape is starting to really come into its own. And I'm going to just, on each side, bring down the side of each brow. Super helpful. Just to start to lock in just where the face is going to go. Now I'm going to blend in there. And get sort of a brow line together. Where the brow, I'm going to have it end and begin, and now there we go. Okay, now I'm going to keep filling in the face, starting with the cheek areas. Okay. Start with this nice big piece of clay. And really big area there where that's opened up. I think that's really nice. I'm going to do the same thing on the other side. Her cheekbones, they don't protrude much, so this is probably going to be good in terms of how far they come out. But there is softness to those cheeks. They really blend perfectly into the point of the chin, so that's going to be something to pay attention to as I move forward from this part. Okay. Alrighty. Now I think my chin actually juts out a little too. You know what though? I always end up having to add more. Let's leave it. Let's leave it and see where we get. The thing is, I don't have a full turnaround of her, so this could be right or it could be wrong, but it's okay. I'm gonna soften the cheeks and bring them rounded, and then from there I'll make a decision as to whether or not I need to remove some chin flesh or not. I think the answer is going to be yes, but I just would rather move slow. You know, she's got a very unique face. It might not point out that much, but it might be that long. I'm gonna leave it again still for a little while. Let me round out this other cheek first. Then we'll go from there. But Okay. I'm going to put a little touch of clay in the middle of the face, just to sort of even out that area where I'm going to have to stick the nose. And her nose is pretty flat. The bone of the nose is pretty flat to the skull. So let's take a minute and work that out. So the way that that'll work is just like that. You lay it in so that way, you know, nose flatness just means that it doesn't protrude much from the bridge. In her case, very, very little, probably about that much. But I'm making these decisions based on the lighting in the photo, and that's studio lighting. So I'm going to assume that her features are more pronounced that they seem in that soft studio lighting with soft boxes and stuff. So I'm going to say her nose probably protrudes slightly more than it appears to. That's going to be the artistic decision on my part there. So I'm just going to assume the lighting is a little, doesn't tell the full story of the three-dimensionality in there. Excuse me. Okay. So these areas here on the side need to be filled in, because even though that is the way the skull will look, you do need to fill that in with a little clay, a little flesh. Because on our faces, we actually have soft tissue there that informs our profile. Okay. And I'm gonna raise this brow up just slightly. Just slightly. All right, cool, coming together. Now what I need to do for her is I'm going to throw in the rest of the nose, which is going to have sort of a circular shape. And I'm going to add a little more on the tip. Nose is thinner than that. Yeah, just about there. What informs the cheek parts when seen from profile? Well, generally what I'm looking for is, when it comes to cheeks and stuff, let me just make sure I can see my screen for a second. So as you turn to 3/4 view, I'm looking for how much the cheek protrudes from 3/4. So that's what I'm looking for, is I'm looking for the high points of the cheek to be here on the high point. This is the high point of the cheek. I'm looking for how much I think it'll protrude, and also the high point, the ridge of the brow. Those are, that and the point of the nose are the 3, or rather 5 main points of the profile of a face that give you the unique silhouette that make all of us unique. So if you can make sure that you are working within that framework, you're going to get closer and closer to nailing someone's portrait. It's just that I've put remarkably little work into that over the years, because for the most part, most of my work has been sort of my own inventions, or I've enjoyed taking artistic liberty with the way certain characters look and things like that. Like there's no right face, let's say, for Batman, or there's no right face for lots of characters. But if you're looking at a piece of reference or a person, or if you got hired to sculpt somebody, then you gotta get it right, you know. Cheekbones are really hidden and don't affect the form that much. At least there are other influences. Interesting, thanks. Yeah, I mean, they are hidden, right? But you can, man, like, especially on this reference, they're hidden. This person does not have big cheekbones, or really ones that stick out that are very prominent, but like, they do inform the silhouette to a certain degree, and I agonize over that. I really do. Okay, may have made her skull a little too big. Okay. Yeah, I would definitely, it's, you know what's funny, man, when you're sculpting, the bone structure is important to a point, but at the end of the day, sight by size is really, it trumps everything, because at the end of the day, does the profile match the model or not? You know, does it look human or not? I mean, you know, you can even see on my, like, you know, I have pretty high cheekbones. Although some people have much sharper and higher cheekbones. I'm not giving myself a compliment by any means. But if you see me turn this way, as I turn, you can see where my cheekbones sort of disappear behind my nose. And by how much really informs what I look like from a distance. You know, where does my cheekbone disappear? You know? Yeah, it's a crazy thing. It's a really crazy thing. But it's worth thinking about. Okay. Let's Okay, let's get an upper lip in here on her. Well, I'm not fully impressed with the nose. She's got an even smaller nose than this. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my loop tool to take away a little bit of the nose and then pinch it and then reform it. Oh yeah, great thing to pay attention to. Yeah, it's one of those, that's one of those things that until people point it out to you and until you start taking extra time and care to really look at it, man, that can really get away from you. It's so much easier to notice on women the roundness of their cheeks than it is where their cheekbones sit, you know? Okay. You have to excuse me, I'm just sort of playing around with the structure of the nose here and trying to get it to match the reference a little bit more. Just a little. Okay. All right, now we're ready for the upper lip, I think. All right. Upper lip time. Okay. The upper lip is in. I was a little lost when trying to design characters, not sure what was supposed to happen in this area sometimes. I will have to teach it, so I need to figure it out clearer. Yeah, it's, man, it's the best way that I've felt to be able to nail that is to really take a good look at the comparison between male and female skulls. And you will see the difference in where the jawbone sits, how much lower it is on a guy, how a man's cheekbones tend to be higher, a woman's are lower but more prominent, and that's what gives you that sweetheart face, the roundness of the cheekbones in a female. Sweetheart face. That's a quality that they used to say in old Hollywood movies, the sweetheart face. Because if those features are within a certain level of degree of being that way, within a certain level of prominence, it gives the face the shape, a basic heart shape. So in old Hollywood films, they used to call that a sweetheart face, which is another very simple way to think of it. It's pejorative, but it's not There's no negative connotation to it. It just means the actual shape, I think. I hope, now that I've said it on stream. Okay. I'm going to go just a little higher with her upper lip. Nice. Okay, and now all right. Now that we've done that, what else is there to do? Just fun motivation. Yeah, it is. Accuracy is one of the most fun motivators there are. To be able to teach it to somebody with a degree of confidence and accuracy. I mean, there's a lot of magic in that, you know. Okay. I'm going to take a little bit off this back top part. I'm going to round it. Yeah, that's pretty good. All right, eyes are next. That lip. All right, I'm going to add a little bit more upper lip. Even though that has the right shape, it's not the right form, so that's going to drive me insane. So I'm going to make this really thin, really, really thin. Just like that, I'm going to try to put this in there. Let's see if I can just sort of pat this down. All right, now we have the right form, but I'm just missing certain shape elements. Just certain shape elements are missing. Okay. Alrighty. And add just a tiny bit more to the lower lip. Just because the references lips are a little bit fuller than what I have. Okay. All right. Without any further ado, it's eyeball time. Okay. Man, I gotta go deeper. These eye cavities. Okay. I have to go even deeper. Okay. Yeah. That works. That works. A little bit bigger. All right, now I'm just working in blending the sort of eyelash shape that I want. And a little tiny piece of clay to fill in just a little small hole. Okay, cool. Let's see if we could get it about the same on this side as well. Okay. We're blended in pretty good. And now we're just going to lift. Create some eyelid illusions right there. Okay. All right, so we're going to need some ears, and need to cut some of this side of the head off. Nice. Okay. Yeah, so some ears. Let's do it. Oh yeah, she's got these big ears. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, man, the references, well, the reference is what it is. Okay. Let's just merge them in by blending them a bit. Okay. Alrighty. Here we are. Alright, sweet. Now, hair. Okay, so first of all, her neck is super thin. So we're going to squeeze a little more, we're going to pinch, we're going to go like that. That's the position she's in. Just kind of looking over her shoulder a little. Okay, so what did we talk about? We talked about bangs and a bob. So first let's work in some of these bangs. I'm going to pre-texture the bangs. And then drag them in right there. I'm going to do that again next to it. And drop them right in. Okay. Now from here I think our bob is going to go behind the ears because I want to show off those really nice ears. So I'm going to go in here like that, and that's how I'm going to build this up. I'm going to do the same thing over here on this side. Just going to there you go, right there. And then kind of press it in there. There we go, that's a bob, and that's sitting right behind the ears. And she's got bangs, very cute bangs. Just gonna blend the hair up into the head. Over there, and over here. And gonna give her some very slight little sideburn type hair. I smushed that a little too much. There we go. And I'm going to do one over here. And I'm going to bring these bangs down just a little bit on this side. Just giving a little pinch there. And side sweeping them a little. They shouldn't be side swept though. Alright, I'm having a little difficulty here just deciding how I want to work these bangs in. Alright, let's try this again. Just going to do this in 3 sections. I'm going to go side, and pull up, side, and pull up. And then middle, and pull up. And that's it. That don't look right. That don't look right. There you go. Maybe a little bit of, just needed a little bit of extra volume there. Good. Okay, now let's finish this bob. Just need some extra clay on the back to hold everything together. And nearly there with this one, man. Nearly there. Okay. Okay, short bob with, how do you call it? Bangs. Pretty good. Okay. So for today we've got right there, we've got this one, this one, this one, and this one. So pretty good for a stream's work. Pretty happy with it, actually. Got another 4% of these down. So what does that bring us to? 80, 81, 82, 83. So not bad, not bad. And a good stream. So I just want to say thank you to everybody for coming by. Charlie, Simon, Steven. Thanks for popping in, guys. Thank you for the hairstyle suggestions. We got in pirate rag style, some Stark style. We got in some short bob and some anime flame hairstyle as well. So it's really fun. I'm really really happy to have streamed again, and thanks for watching so much. And I'll probably be back again sometime this week. Who knows? If I get to bed early tonight, maybe tomorrow morning. So be well and take care, okay, everybody? Bye-bye. Awesome, Charlie. Sounds good, man. You got another 5 in. That's awesome. All right, take care. Be well.